Good evening. I'm Isidro Nieto, Vice President of Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. The board workshop is being conducted in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Mrs. Sustaita couldn't be here today. She has class on Tuesday, so I'm presiding over the workshop today and the board meeting. Notice of this workshop has been posted online for at least 72 hours. A recording of this workshop is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time now is 5:42, and I will call this workshop to order. I will begin the roll call. We don't need a quorum for the workshop, but we have a quorum. We have Dr. Jaime Rodriguez, present, Mr. Benjamin Castillo, Coach Armando Cuellar, Mr. Mark de los Santos, and myself. Public comments.
There are none for the workshop.
Okay, thank you. Number 3, Weslaco Independent School District 2024-2025 Budget Workshop. Dr. Rivera.
Yes, let me call on Mr. David.
Good afternoon. So I see a lot of people. I'm not sure if they're here for my workshop, but I'm gonna pretend that they are here to learn about the school budget. And so as we have the final budget workshop, the idea is to now tie in all the numbers, all the revenues, all the expenses. We're going to highlight some of the good things that we're going to do with this budget, and also just kind of share what is going on around the Valley and North Texas. So again, if you look in the news or if you see the newspaper, you're seeing some scary things. La Jolla talking about having to lay off staff. Other staff is being attrited, meaning as people retire or leave the district, those positions are being closed. If you were to actually have time to look at the news article, you'll see also that a lot of positions are being covered through local funds. But it's not, sad to say, this is not something that's unique. A lot of districts are going through this. Same thing's going on in Brownsville, where again, when before COVID, things were good. During COVID, a lot of districts are suffering. And so a lot of it goes back to ADA. How many kids are coming every day to school? And so, again, in their article, probably for the past 5 years, they've been losing anywhere from 2,000 to the most recent 1,200 kids. If you think about that, what is a campus that has 1,200 kids? You're talking about a middle school. So imagine for Brownsville losing a middle school every year for the past 5 years. And so again, that's where our funding comes from, our students that we teach. And so again, they're having to make those hard cuts and other things to make the balance work, or make the budget work. And so some districts are talking about pay raises. And so again, the norm that we've been seeing here in the Valley, it is a 2% increase. So that would be something like 1,000, 1,200, 1,000, 1,500 for a teacher. 2% would be for the rest of the staff of midpoint. So again, districts are now sharing what they're doing. But if you look a little further north in the San Antonio area, you're even seeing some districts say, you know what, it's just too tough. We're not going to have pay raises this upcoming year. Whether it's, and then some are even saying whether we have the money or not, don't mind going into fund balance to make things work. And so, for instance, like Northeast ISD, Judson, 0%. And so, but then you have the others where San Antonio ISD, Northside ISD is doing the norm, the 2% pay increase. And so, again, it's not just a unique thing that's happening here in the Valley, it is happening all around the state. So just to kind of give you some insight of where our revenues come from. So one of the big things that we look at is property taxes. So after we do count all the kids and we project out what's going to happen next year, the next big chunk of money that we do receive is through the tax levy. So again, these are just preliminary numbers. This is as of June 10th. By July 25th, we should get a more concrete, what they call certified numbers. Right now, these are preliminary. And so of all the properties that are in the Weslaco ISD area, $3.6 billion is that taxable value where we get to, in a sense, tax those people. Now, if we were to compare to last year, we're seeing about a $300 million increase, about 10%. And so it's a good and bad. Good that, yes, our properties are growing. We have more restaurants, more businesses, more homes. But it's a flip side on how we get funded. Because if we have more property value, then at the state's mind is thinking, well then you could keep that money, we'll give you less money from the state. So it's like an inverse effect. In other words, like a seesaw. One goes up, the other one goes down. But when we do our analysis for the property taxes, property values is a key factor in that. So if you were reading the newspaper on the 12th, so just a few days ago, in the Monitor, you would have seen our notice to the public saying, on the 25th, we're going to have a board meeting to discuss the budget. Now, we do have preliminary numbers for our tax rates. We're not going to adopt a tax rate on the 25th. We're going to wait until our August meeting. But our budget, we will be adopting next Tuesday, next week. And so, again, we publish this for the public to know. And we'll go into more details, kind of like what we're going to be doing today for next week about the Monitor's update. So our biggest expense is salaries. What is going to happen? So within our budget, we are proposing 4 items that deals with staff. The starting pay, in other words, a person's fresh out of college or fresh into the teaching industry, $57,000. If you have experience, it just gets better. If you're an existing teacher with a school district, within the budget, we are proposing $2,500 for that group, which means our teachers, librarians, and nurses would get that type of increase. That $2,500 is about 4%. And so for every other staff member, the other professionals, our auxiliary staff, our clerical staff, our paraprofessionals, 4% of midpoint. And we are continuing that ESSER incentive stipend, but now locally funded. So full-time staff will see $1,000 in December and $1,000 in May, June, around that time. And so not too many districts is doing the 4th item that I'm talking about. Or if there is a district who is talking about that, it's not at that level at all. And so something unique here for Weslaco. Some of the other key items that we're talking about this year's budget is, okay, we are seeing some increases. So some of the great things that are happening here in Weslaco that is not happening in other districts is that we are still anticipating some growth. Now, conservatively, we are going to only be doing about 0.5% to 1%, but at least it's growing and not contracting. And so from last year's budget to this year's budget, our starting place, we are increasing 500 kids, 588. So what does that 500 more or less equate for us? Every child that we teach, we do get what they call the basic allotment, 6,160. But if they're special needs, if they're part of the CTE program, all those other state allotments, we average out about 8,500. So there is two numbers that we always look at, the basic and then what they call the weighted average. So really I'm using weighted average. Weighted average, 8,500 times 500 new kids, 250,000. We are seeing that the interest rates are holding up. And so we are anticipating right now, we're getting about anywhere from 5.3 to 5.5%. Again, as time goes on, we do expect that interest rate to go down, but not drastic. We're still seeing about maybe 5%. And so based on our revenues that we have, or our funds that we have, we're anticipating to still maintain the high rate. So we're saying 3 million for that. Now,
That 3 million, not part of the bond election, those monies.
these are just local funds revenue, not bond fund revenue. So the 160 million, that is also earning interest. Those monies fund additional bond projects, or if there's a project that we already have that we want to just expand and make it even a bigger deal, that's a perfect example of use for those interest funds from the bond. And so as we kind of close up this fiscal year, we're seeing a lot of positive things. Again, better work from our principals of making sure our kids come to school, just kind of really fine-tuning the number of staff that we have. And so with all that additional revenue, again, conservatively, we're saying about $4 million that we would be able to, in a sense, add to our fund balance and use for that major deal of that stipend. So the next three bullets talks about what we're spending all this new money. Again, the pay increase, the 4%, we're seeing about $4.8 million being added to the budget for that. The stipend, which we talked about, the $2,000, $1,000 each semester, that would probably equate to about 4.2 million. And as we had discussed at the last meeting, sad to say, health costs is always going up. We're seeing about an 8% increase. So again, that's coming out from our funds. And so but when you add up the major increases of revenue and the majority of our big key expenses, yeah, there's more expenses out there, but at the end of the day, it's going to be balanced, net out to zero. So I'm bringing up an old slide. So when we talked about this last year, we talked about that ESSER cliff, or all those other ways of saying that ESSER is going away, watch out. So again, we watched out. We made sure that the staffing, we didn't go over what the district needed. We just kind of stayed that lean, mean type of numbers. And so as all those employees, there's a decision. And you've seen it from other districts. Do we say, sorry, your position's now closed, and thank you for your service? Or what happened here in Weslaco is, oh, there was an opening. Instead of hiring from the outside, we hired from within. Made those internal moves, found homes for all the ESSER staff, and in a sense, to make sure that we were ready for this October, because that's when the last day when we hope to spend of ESSER, and so all that is in a sense planned out. So again, a year and a half ago we were talking about deficits. 17 million was cleaned, and in a sense we found either new revenues or we really started cutting down on expenditures to meet that, so that it could have that zero deficit, that even Steven type of deal for our budget. And again, just as we kind of reiterate, no one lost their job. There was either an opportunity to grow, find a new home, or if it was like just in a sense funding purposes, in other words like a teacher, you're now just covered back to local funds. And so ESSER is going away, and we just had to make sure that we were ready for that. And so as we kind of, you will have a second booklet in your packet, so some things that you could always go back and refer to, what I would call just like our basic budget. And in there, you will find out that, hey, these are all the revenues, these are all the expenditures by function, by range of accounts. And so if you were to kind of like see what the revenues were and add them all up to all the expenses, you'll see for general fund, for food service, we're gonna balance out. And all the money that we collect is technically gonna go and be spent out. Our debt service, we're actually seeing that, wait a second, we may have a surplus. In other words, a little bit extra money to ensure that we have sufficient for the debt requirements for our bonds. And if things go ready or really good for us, we maybe even be able to reduce the tax rate. So way back when we talked about the bond, you'll see in a few seconds, we were talking about a 1 penny increase. But if our property values go up, well, maybe that one cent may be actually a fraction of a cent. And so all that will be deep dive in our August meeting, the August 15 meeting.
Real quick question on this budget proposal here. Do you have the allocated funds for the prior year and then the allocated funds for this year
So
on here?
right now, on this particular budget, we are saying that we are gonna be just using current year funds.
Okay.
Now, if we find out that numbers do need to be modified, we will be bringing over a budget amendment during the year.
Okay.
And so the hope is that, again, with the state, you hear about the vouchers and how money's being tied up and not being allocated to the campuses or to all the districts here in the state of Texas. We are still hoping for, hopefully some of that will change in the next 6 to 12 months.
So if I could just make a quick comment too on, so for the public, the two most important lines to look at in this sheet under 24-25 memo totals are under 5,000 total estimated revenues, 201,361,437. However you say that big number. And then your total expenditures is at 200,156.
That is correct.
So our estimated revenues is over our estimated expenditures.
That is right,
So surplus.
for a surplus
Nice, good job.
in
I
our
think
debt
I-
service fund, yes.
And I wanted to reiterate too, even with the most of our governance, I know we're talking about superintendent restraints, and I know one of the things we've talked about is always making sure that as a board, because the board has to approve the budget that's presented, right? To have a focus, and we've talked about this for years, of having a focus and working toward, there's a difference between a balanced budget, and I really want to clarify that for the public. But when you hear districts say, oh, we have a balanced budget, well, I don't agree with the definition. So when you have a balanced budget, okay, it says you make $3,000, you spend $3,000. At the end of the month, you have a hiccup, you're broke, right? You gotta hit the credit card because that's not balanced. I mean, so balance gives a false impression as far as to the standing financially of where you're really at. But this is surplus.
Yes.
This is showing that the revenues you're receiving from the three entities is actually more than what you plan on spending throughout the year. And so that's something that has to be defined. I know that the monitor made an article about that in school districts and whatnot, but there's a difference between a balanced budget and something like this. This is surplus. And I think that's something that as a board, and with the superintendent as well too, we keep striving for, is to have a budget that has actual surplus every single year so that you can store revenue for improvements. And then take that relief and burden off the taxpayer.
Congratulations,
just to
Doc, that's
add-
awesome.
Good job. Thank you.
So just to
Mr.
add,
King?
even though we may put a budget that's balanced, the hope is still to make even more revenue
Right.
and, on the flip side, reduce costs. So even though we may have a $200 million expense,
Right.
the hope is still
To be
in the
under.
12 months to squeeze it out and not spend the $200 million. The hope would be to say, you know what, at the end of the day, which we're hoping for our annual audit in November to show that, yes, we had a balanced budget, but you know what?
Right.
We saved so much and we're gonna add to the fund balance.
Right.
And so,
That's outstanding work, Mr.
Yes.
Robledo and Dr. Rivera. It's, I've been sitting through these budget workshops, and those two numbers, the differences have been anywhere between $7 and $15 million, and it's just, in the reverse order, in
Yeah.
the red. So for us to have 1.361 over in the black, that's just amazing and a testament to Dr. Rivera's work and your work, so good job.
And so every month, we will be evaluating the staffing. Again, staffing is going to be where our major cost is. And it's growing. It's not necessarily the norm of 75% going for salaries. Our district is moving closer to that 80%. And so 80% in my mind is kind of like saying that's fixed costs. In other words, people. I have to pay it out. Every dollar that we spend, 80 cents of it is going to a person, one way or another. Salaries, stipends, benefits, the stipend, the incentive stipend.
And I wanted to note something else in the budget too, in the direction that the district's taking, is that I've had discussions with other districts and their salary scales. And in some districts, you see that they're high on admin, on the scales, and not so much on teachers. But if you look at Weslaco's highly competitive on admin as well too. But the bulk of its investment goes into the classroom, which is their type, highly qualified teachers that have high expectations. I said, and that's kind of unique too. I know we had a TASB study that highlighted that.
Yeah.
As far as our core teacher structure and base is one of the highest in the valley. I just wanted to note that too, because I know that Dr. Rivera and the administration has always worked toward getting raises, like you said, for teachers at that high scale. You're seeing on average 1% to 2%, people carrying on debt, rolling it over, toppling on top. And in here in this situation, it's all worked into the budget and it's sustainable. And it's still taking care of not only just our contracted, but even our non-contracted staff as well too. So, a great job. Very good.
So
Again, it's a team effort.
it is a team effort. Again, the finance office working with the HR department, working with all the different campuses and departments, just to make sure that we try to only spend what we truly need. And the whole idea is that we make those cuts so that we can make the big purchases. And you'll kind of see that at the next board meeting with the superintendent's report, showing what are we going to do if we do actually have a surplus this year. So that's always the whole idea. Let's cut my side so that we could do those big projects. That's the goal.
Well, I'll say, so when people have been congratulating me on the state championship for the softball, I'll give the response that I've been giving to those people, facetiously, right? Well, I'll start with board leadership, I'm just kidding. Thank you guys for your work.
So I know one comment has come up, and again, it's a district or region item is about these disaster pennies. So just to kind of give you a very basic summary, but also you have the numbers there for you to see it. Again, whenever we talk about property values or property taxes, we've always had, through the direction of the superintendent and our office, to share, well, what are the plans? And so, again, we hire a financial advisor to share, like, if we do this, meaning the bond defeasance in 2024, we get to knock down the debt so that hopefully we will in the future be able to save on interest expense and in turn lower the tax rate. That is always the hope. And then when we have the bond and you talk about, well, we're going to have $160 million to do all these projects, we told the public it is a 1 cent increase in my head at the max. So when you see 94.64 next year, the plan is to have 95.64, a 1 penny increase. Now, if our property values go way better, maybe that 1 penny may be 0.75 of a penny. But we will know for sure in our August meeting, because that's when we get the certified values in July. But how much would it be if we did go for the disaster pennies? There are 5.78 worth of pennies out there that are considered disaster pennies that we would qualify for. That would in turn, for a 1-year deal, get us about $5 million worth of funding if we go out that route. So here goes, and I'm gonna be what they call the bad guy in this scenario. This was not necessarily a planned item. So when the future comes and we are ready to do the next bond, so we're already thinking about that in our planning meetings. In a sense, we would have told the people, if you vote yes, you get this, and you would only pay so much more in taxes. Disaster pennies, you don't need the public to vote on it. It is an option of the school district. And so just kind of,
Right.
No, I get it.
You're weighing it out,
But
the
the
benefit.
The reason I brought it up the last board meeting is because the draft budget that you proposed to us, it had a $6-7 million deficit.
yes,
So I was trying to think how we could cover that.
Yes.
But now you're presenting a surplus budget.
Right.
So if we don't need the extra $5 million, and this is just for 1 year, right?
it is a one-year deal.
So this is the benefit, the other option that we would have in the future is go out for a VATRE and let the public tell us whether they want to give us these extra cents or not. And the $5 million would be forever, not just for 1 year.
That's correct.
So, yeah, and so that's why I brought it up at the last meeting.
I understand.
But I understand, and you're also saying with the 5-cent increase, and even modifying it, like, say, going to that second round, but bond number 2, right? That's the whole goal.
That's-
That's the whole goal of the surplus budget as well, too. Show financial stability, that you're being a good steward of the taxpayer dollar, and then that way, once these projects roll out and we execute on the list, I mean, you can go out for bond number 2.
There you go, bond number 2, and see what we could do with that.
Actually, you get 5 million. You could use 5 million.
Right.
But by doing that, you have to increase your taxes by 5 pennies.
Right.
So then that defeats the purpose of.
Right. Yeah. Versus a bond that raises
Versus a
it
bond.
minimally,
Yeah.
and you see the
You
rewards.
get the help from
So
the
we don't-
state,
From the state aid, right.
and you
We
get a
don't want to
lot
raise
more.
taxes.
Right.
We told the public 1 penny. Hopefully, it's less than that.
Mhm.
But right now, again, we could use 5 million more.
Mhm.
But you have to increase taxes by 5 pennies more.
Correct.
So that, but right now, that's on hold.
Mhm.
Yes.
And we don't
We're
need it,
keeping the promise to our taxpayers.
and we don't need it.
Right.
We could use it,
Yeah.
but I don't want.
We could always
to
find
Right,
something to
raise
buy
the
or
taxes.
build.
Yeah.
All right, continue.
And so some of the things that we're already thinking about next budget school year, so the 25-26 budget year, some of the things that we are looking at would be stipends. Again, just like how the superintendent has shared, we do pay very well,
Right.
meaning at market value, and in some positions, over market, which is totally fine. There's a reason for that particular deal. And so some of the other things that we will be entertaining for next budget year would be for student transfers and rezoning
Back on the stipend,
based on,
we'll study the increase for next year for 25.
Right.
This year, they stay where they are, but for next year,
Mhm.
we're looking to increase the stipends.
that is right. And so as we kind of see how all the different bond projects are coming along, we will have to evaluate what is still needed for Weslaco ISD, long-term purposes. And so, and then lastly, pay raises, that's the goal, to have, to keep up with inflation, to keep up with the consumer index, and in a sense, try to beat that number. But it's still gonna always tie back to what the state is giving us for funding. And so you should be hearing a lot about that in November, especially in January, and then for sure next summer. So those are the 3 highlights of the time when you hear a lot of the things that are happening in Austin. And so just a reminder, next week we adopt the budget. August 15 is when we adopt the tax rates. And so, there we go.
Okay, now we'll go with questions for the board. Dr. Jaime?
I've got none. Great job. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rivera. Thank you, David, for your team and all the hard work.
Thank you.
Coach Quay?
I feel the same way, you know, it's very, very impressive, they're very transparent, and everything that Dr. Rivera said he was gonna do, he's done. David, también, you know, outstanding job, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Castillo?
I just have a couple, not just a couple. So on the pay, on the slide, page 6, you have a 2,500 increase for teachers, librarians, and nurses pay group, and 4% increase for non-teaching professionals, paraprofessionals, and auxiliary staff. And then the $2,000 incentive stipend for current employees. So the 2,000 incentive stipend, that's everybody, right?
Yes.
That's just not teachers?
Everyone.
That is correct.
Everyone.
All
So-
staff.
And this is just a question, right? Tell me no if it won't work. How would it look if we did a 3% increase for the non-teaching professionals and left the paraprofessionals and auxiliary staff at 4%? Because I know Coach Cuella is always advocating for that group of staff, so we don't mess with that. but we reduced the non-teaching professionals, those are your administrators, right? By 1% and increased the 2,500 to 3,000. Would that balance out or no?
Probably not, only because our, the increase for our professional, which is that group that we're talking about, 3%, the whole increase for them is only, and I'm gonna round numbers just to make my story easy, is 800,000. So 800,000 divided by 4, it's kind of like saying 200,000 per percentage.
Okay.
So we knock off 1%,
It's 200.
again,
Yeah.
200,000. Our teachers, it's more like 2.6 million. So that divided by 4, we're talking about 650,000.
Okay,
So it's not a 1-to-1 ratio.
okay.
It's like 200,000 versus 650,000.
Yeah, because your administrative is like around, it hovers a little bit over 2 million, no?
Yeah,
Right.
it's a very
The non-
small group when you
Yeah.
compare it to the teacher group.
Okay, well,
And so-
just a question.
Yeah, no.
And the next question?
The next question I got is on the stipends. So we're saying that we're not gonna increase the stipends, and I get it, that we pay very well. Could we look at, instead of increasing the stipends, could we look at just giving the coaches the extra days that they work on top of the stipends? I know we're one of the few districts that does not do that.
Yeah.
And I know the
Can
answer
refer
is
to
we're
HR
market,
to help.
we're above market, but it's still, you're still working for free.
Yeah,
That's something that Dr. Rivera and his staff could look at, you
Yeah.
know,
yeah.
before the final budget.
Can you look at that one, Doc?
Take a look at it.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's all I
Is
got.
it?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Trevino?
For me, I'd like to, Doctor, as far as on the 4% increase for non-teaching professionals, paraprofessionals, auxiliary, has that scale been adjusted or corrected to where newcomers coming in aren't making more than 10-year employees, 15-year employees? Has all that already been, has that been, Mr. Robert, has that been corrected?
So I think
HR is working on that.
that's an HR
If someone
function.
coming in, you cannot make more than someone already here.
That is
We've
correct.
been working on that.
So TASB helps us with that, making sure that the numbers flow as a new employee comes on board. So just like what you're saying, if I'm and I'm totally making it up, if I'm a custodian making $14, next year I get that 4% increase. But if a brand new custodian comes on board, they're not going to be making more than the experienced. There is
They'll be at
that,
the very bottom.
yeah, there is that, that difference between the pay grades and
Because there
the
were some
experience.
discrepancies there, right?
Yeah, we
But
try to,
that's-
yeah, we're fixing
We're
those.
always,
We're still,
We're fixing those.
with the help of HR and our payroll department, they're always trying to make sure
because the
that,
4% looks great, but if we're not correcting what's in place, well, then, I mean, that 4% really doesn't.
so one of the things that we have TASB do is what they look at is what is that, the range. In
Yes.
other words, last year it was adjusted so that it would be what the market is for like a pay grade 1, and I'm totally making it up.
Yes,
It
but
starts at 14, midpoint is 16, max is 18. The whole idea is to move that range as time goes on also, not just a basic pay increase.
Right.
Because if you keep the same rates and not move,
Yeah.
then eventually your people are gonna be paid out of scope. That causes so many other issues.
Or now, but they max out, right? what you're
That's
saying.
where they max
That's-
out and things
So
of
we
that
gotta keep
nature.
increasing
Yeah,
scales.
when they max out, we continue with the race.
Right.
Yeah,
They're not frozen at
Right.
that,
so that
when
is,
they max out.
some districts max and say,
No, yeah, we
you're
don't-
done?
We don't max.
Not here in Weslaco.
No, we don't
We continue.
Yeah, we ran into that, I think, like a year, back in 22, I think. and-
Right.
And we,
Right.
So I think a lot of that was
We made that
fixed
decision.
last year. Usually you change those scales every other year. And so to make sure that we constantly stay with it.
Next question, Mr. Trevino?
And the next one is, looking at these disaster pennies, in our projection for 2025, it would be $1 and 0.1. So we would already be, that's the target number, that's the number that you guys proposed to the public anyways. And if we can be there, even with this $5 million, I think that would be a great thing to add. That's an incentive, that's almost like a bonus, while we're still reaching while we're still staying within that target number,
So-
if I understood that correctly.
Let me just clarify, but I
Yes.
think we're on the same page. So again, on that slide 10, where it says projected, 2025 projected, that's really what we're gonna be talking about in August. Our yellow number, 0.9564, just that 1 penny increase from last year. That is what the newspaper will be posted, and that's what we're going after. If we do go after the disaster pennies, it would be kind of like the next row down, where it would be like how we just said, $1, 1.42 of a penny. And so, again, that's 5 pennies, almost 6,
5
It's a
pennies,
tax increase.
and
So-
that would be a big tax increase there.
Like for the public that's listening, because sometimes like that, all that terminology can be confusing. If we go for a 5 penny increase, you're gonna see a $5 million influx of funding, right? So we will raise the taxes by 5 cents, and you're gonna get about 5 million back, right? And then versus you hold off for a second bond, I'm just gonna throw numbers out there, but you go up 1 penny and you get like 100 million.
Yes.
And you get it at 65% off.
That's the
So
bigger
that's kind of the
bang for
why
your buck.
they're
That's-
avoiding the disaster
Yes,
pennies.
yes,
Because you're gonna get more in your return,
yes.
and then the taxpayers are not gonna take the hit, and they'll only see a slight increase for a short period of time, so.
For 160,000,
Right.
the tax increase was 1 penny, maybe a little bit less now,
So,
when we do the values.
so we'll skip out on 5 million and adding 5 cents to their tax rate, so that in the future, we can show them that we're being fiscally responsible, and then go out for a second bond, and maybe at a penny, and you get 100 million.
So
And
you're gonna
at
get
6, and
way
at 35,
more
yeah, and with a
return on your
65%
investment, yes.
discount.
Yes,
And we're not saying disaster is bad.
No, it's not.
I mean, it's just that if things were different, we may have entertained it more. Other districts have to do it just to break even.
Right.
Or to help pay for things that they have to pay out.
For their debt.
and just to be clear, our tax rate is among the lowest
yes.
in Region 1.
And it's the lowest amongst all the
Yes.
6-6.
Yes,
It's the second lowest.
Right.
Edinburgh's lower, but they didn't pass the bond.
yes.
Out of all, yeah, it's out of all the other districts out there, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Coach, are you finished?
Yes.
Mr. Los Santos?
No, great job, no questions, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
What Mr. Castillo said about, of course, the pay raise, awesome job, Dr. Rivera and your staff. The 4% raise, the stipend, but also the 60 million shortfall that we had last year that you have balanced. And so now we're able to provide those raises, those incentives to teachers and staff. So that's a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, so let's see. Adjournment?
So moved.
So move.
Second.
All right, are we ready to begin the special board meeting?
Yes.
7? Okay. I'm Isidro Nieto, Vice President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This special board meeting is being conducted in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. A recording of this training is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. It is 6:21 PM, and I will call this training to order. I will now begin the roll call. A quorum is present here. We have Dr. Jaime Rodriguez, Coach Armando Cuellar, Mr. Benjamin Castillo, Mr. Marcos de los Santos, and Mr. Jesse Trevino. Okay. Public comments.
There
Number
are
three.
7.
There are 7, all right. Are they all present, so that way I can read at one time, so that way they understand the rules? So let me ask, just stand up as I call your name, and I'll read the following, so that way when you get up here, you already understand the rules. We have Alexandra Davis, please stand, okay? Alina Esparza, Espinosa, my fault. Alina Carmona. Tea Martinez. Amanda Cabrera. Lana Smith Camp. Raven Osuna. That's all 7, correct? All right. Let me read this so that way you understand the procedures for public comments. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meeting Act, the Board of Trustees may not deliberate on any comment made by a member of the public on a subject that is not included in the agenda posted with notice of this meeting. As per the Texas Attorney General, the scope of the board discussion for a subject not part of the meeting agenda is limited only a proposal by a board member to be placed the subject on a future board agenda. Specific information of existing policy may be furnished in response to inquiries, but the board shall not deliberate or decide regarding any subject that is not included on the agenda posted with the notice of the meeting. Audience participation at a board meeting is limited to the portion of the meeting designated for that purpose. At all other times during a board meeting, the audience shall not enter into discussion or debate any matters being considered by the board unless recognized by the presiding officer, which is me today. No public comment presentation shall exceed 5 minutes. I believe since we have so many, it'll be 3 minutes?
Yes, 3 minutes.
Okay. Any disruptive behavior by any speaker may result in the speaker's removal from the participation in the meeting. I don't foresee that from the 7 females that are here. Please be mindful of using names or personal information, as there's no immunity from defamatory comments while participating in public comments. Did we understand everything I said? All right. So we'll begin with Alexandra Davis. Alejandra Davis, my fault. You will have 3 minutes. Dr. Jaime Rodriguez will let you know when you have a minute left.
Okay, thank you.
I failed to let you all know when you come up here, state your name and your address. That's all we need from you, okay?
Okay, thank you. Alexandra Davis, 8514 GM Drive in Elsa, Texas.
Proceed.
Okay. Good evening, esteemed WISD board members and Superintendent Dr. Richard Rivera. My name is Alexandra Davis. My husband has been employed at Weslaco East High School for 14 years and head coach for 12 years. When under the admirable leadership of Ms. Sue Peterson, her support for all programs was evident and appreciated each year. She wholeheartedly congratulated my husband and would express how happy she was with the success of his programs. However, currently he works in a not-so-supportive environment, and Coach Davis continues to do a remarkable job as a head coach for both cross-country and track. I get to see what a lot of people do not see. I see the behind-the-scenes aspect. He truly loves coaching, and you can tell he's a very passionate man. When he's at home, he's always studying ways to improve his program. My husband is extremely knowledgeable in sports science, sports training, and recovery, and his methods differ from many on campus, so he's often pushed aside or discredited on campus for his ways. My husband coaches our daughter, and I'm happy with the results he's had working with her. He's very patient and driven to bring out the best in his athletes. As a coach's wife to someone who basically coaches year-round, I have learned that he's always going to be busy. I've accepted it because I know this is his passion, and as his spouse, I support him because I love seeing him happy. Ever since he was told he would no longer be coaching track, the light I saw in him dimmed. It crushed him. It was heartbreaking to see and how it affected him. Also, being his spouse, I have personally seen the number of former athletes and their families who continually reach out to support and reminisce about the good times they had. He's so respected by parents in the program, and they've invited us over to dinner on more than one occasion. Besides the overwhelming letters and support, we are blessed to have people show up in support of Coach Davis, as you can see. So I ask that you please right or wrong and reinstate my husband as the girls' track head coach at East. One last thing I would like to add is that this release was personal and not in the best interest of the program. Thank you for your time, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Next. Next, Alina Espinosa, correct? Name and address, please.
Alina Espinosa, 2317 East 11th Street.
Proceed.
Good afternoon. I will be speaking on my behalf and Coach Davis. I've heard a few people mentioning my name and giving false information. People that know me know that track has always been my safe place personally, especially with my injury that had happened in volleyball. Coach Davis has always given the best advice and huge amount of respect for each of his athletes. With this, the environment has always been full of joyful people and amazing memories with the team. Every single practice and meet came with challenges, but he was there on our side the whole way. I am proud to call him my coach and will continue to say that proudly. Coach Davis was not only my coach, but was a father figure to many and I. I remember crying about my ACL being partially torn, and he hugged me, wait till I was ready, and then gave me the most supportive words. That made me realize how lucky I am to be in this program, where athletes look to be understood and to be heard. He was able to do that. Speaking for all varsity and varsity returners, thank you.
Thank you. Alina Carmona. Name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes, Alina.
8514 GM Drive, Elsa, Texas.
Thank you. You may begin.
My name is Alina Carmona, and I am an athlete on the girls' track team at East. I'm here today in support of Coach Davis. I would like to start off by saying how this program that was in the hands of Coach Davis is a good and welcoming environment. The girls grew together not only as teammates, but as sisters. They would spend numerous occasions hosting pasta nights and little holiday parties while insisting Coach Davis and my mother join them. They all grew a bond, and his absence would not only be detrimental to our athletic program, but also to the positive and supportive environment he has created. I love to support the girls at many track meets, and it is heartwarming to see the joy they feel when doing great in a race. For example, at the area meet, Coach Davis was in the stands with me and my mother, since coaches weren't allowed on the field. When the relays went on, he started his stopwatch, and you can see the faith and excitement in his eyes when he saw how the girls were pushing themselves to the best of their ability. He saw the last runner in the 4x1 cross the finish line, and he ran up to the stands with the biggest smile on his face. He looked up at the other track coaches at East and said, "They did it." He knew they could do it, and it was a big moment for him and for them. When they announced that the girls qualified at regionals, it was a beautiful moment seeing the girls jump up for joy and scream that they made it. They looked at the stands to their parents and to Coach Davis. He was extremely proud of them and ran to the podium to take a picture of them. He saw the potential they had in them and knew that they could do better and step up at the right moment, which they did, and he was beyond proud of them. Each race, when a girl qualified, he jumped up and down for them, and all the girls knew he believed in them. This environment is beautiful, and those moments of pure happiness and excitement is all because they have a coach that knew they were capable of accomplishing their goals if they put in the work and gave it their all. That's what a good coach does. Is there in the beginning when goals seem hard to reach, but is your own personal cheerleader and reassures you that you have it in you during the difficult journey. Many girls are debating to return or not because of the absence of Coach Davis. They will miss the support of their coach and how he was there since day one. He watched me and these girls grow not only in track and field, but as individuals. He saw what was once freshmen scared to take on a sport and create friendships to these girls filled with laughter and just a bunch of sisters supporting one another. He grew this family, and he never fails to make his environment welcoming to future members. I spent only one day with the incoming freshman runners, and within that one day sitting in the locker room with them, I could tell these girls felt comfortable and were able to connect with the returning runners and their coach. Coach Davis is very approachable and has a sense of humor, but knows when it's time to be serious. It is important for a coach to know that a sport can be taken seriously while having fun moments. It's refreshing to feel free and be able to laugh at and make silly jokes around your coach and not get punished. Coach Davis makes it fun to practice while also training to be the best. Overall, Coach Davis has grown a family in his teams. The girls have a connection like no other. They are sisters and support one another through the tough workouts to the PRs, qualifying for area, regionals, and college signings. And all this comes back to Coach Davis for being the beacon that started it all, by making a welcoming and supportive environment filled with fun and reassurance that everyone has the ability to be better. We are thankful for our coach and his support, and just as he supported us, we stand here in support of him. Thank you.
Alina. What grade are you in?
I'm going to be a senior.
Okay, thank you. Next, Tea Martinez. Name and address and grade. I'm going to ask you for your grade also.
Taya Martinez and 809 Samaria Street, and I'm going to be a senior.
Okay. You may proceed. You got 3 minutes.
We believe the decision made to remove Coach Davis as the head track coach has been wrongfully made. Under Coach Davis's leadership, our track and field team has flourished. His coaching has led us to numerous personal victories, personal bests, and school records. His ability to identify and develop talent has not only resulted in outstanding team performances, but also in individual achievements that have brought pride to our school. He has transformed ordinary people into amazing runners who reach new levels every day on the track. For instance, I was never passionate about sports before joining the team. When I started as a freshman with no running experience, I simply followed Coach Davis's guidance, and through his supportive and effective coaching, I achieved accomplishments I never thought I could ever achieve, such as consistently setting new personal records and frequently placing high on the podium every meet, and also being able to break my school's 800-meter school record multiple times. It is clear that Coach Davis is more than a coach. He is a mentor and source of inspiration. His passion for the sport and genuine care for his athletes create an environment where we thrive no matter the obstacle. The bonds he has formed with his athletes are irreplaceable and deeply valued. It is safe to say that without his impactful influence and encouragement, we are concerned for the future of the track and field team. Future runners were excited to work with Coach Davis after seeing significant improvements in the girls' performances last year. Coach Davis has been exceptionally selfless towards his athletes, often staying after hours some days to ensure their success. Multiple runners, including me, have reconsidered coming back next season for track due to the removal of Coach Davis as a coach. Next year will be my senior year, and I fear that not having Coach Davis as my coach for my last year will be detrimental to not only my success, but the overall success of the team.
Thank you. Amanda Cabrera. Name, grade, and address.
Amanda Cabrera, 819 Aurora Drive, and I am a former Weslaco ISD athlete running for Coach Davis from 2016 to 2020.
Okay. You may proceed.
I believe the removal of Coach Davis from head coach of the Weslaco ISD girls track and field team, is one that rips future athletes of the incredible leadership Coach Davis has not only offered me, but countless other former runners and present runners. Coach Davis is not a coach one forgets. He is a coach that is remembered long after the last day our spikes hit the track. His continuous dedication and persistence to his athletes is something that cannot be taught or replicated. His passion for the sport is his driving force in pouring into each and every individual that goes through the program. From the timid freshman I was, who had never ran longer than a lap, to now a graduate student, I look back on my years as Coach Davis's athlete in awe of the person he helped shape me to be. He knew my potential before I did, encouraging me to run cross country, that in turn made me a stronger and better track runner. He instilled the belief that every day we have a new chance of being a better runner, a better person than the day before. Every day was a new day to be greater than the last. I am forever grateful and indebted for the lessons I learned and knowledge I gained under his leadership. He gave me the privilege of learning not only the physical strength it took to do track, but the mental strength it took to stay in the sport. As he always said, our sport is other sports' punishment. Like it takes a special person to have the mental capacity to run track, it takes an even more special person to coach it. As a coach, he knows exactly how to motivate and push his athletes to their fullest potential, meticulously creating multiple workouts a day to produce the highest impact needed for both short and long distance runners. Each year, the girls keep getting faster and stronger and better. And this is due to a coach that has always made it a priority to keep learning and improving, to be a better coach each and every season. Losing a coach like Davis is something that does irreversible damage to the Weslaco ISD team. I hope something can be done about this drastic decision that was wrongfully made. Thank you for the time for allowing me to speak, as this room is filled with people in it who are supporting but do not have the time to speak.
Thank you. Lana Smith Kemp.
enlistment camp, 2306 King Drive. Not a student, but my daughter is. And she is coming to Weslaco East as a freshman, and it took us quite a long time to make that decision. She has high, lofty aspirations to go to an Ivy League college, and she knows that getting a scholarship is going to be necessary for her to be able to do that. And she is thankfully very blessed and gifted in running. So whenever it was time to choose a high school, because we do have a choice, we talked to faculty and staff and students from both schools, and we looked at records, and we did a lot of digging, and we were very honored to have Coach Davis come to dinner and to spend his time, not during his work hours, to let us know all of the things we needed to know and answer our questions very thoroughly. I already wrote y'all an email, so I'm not gonna repeat all of those sentiments, but I am going to supplement and say, I have 4 students who are currently in WISD and 1 who's not of school age yet. And I am really disheartened by the decision that was made, though I will not presume to know all of the things that led to it. I will say I do know Coach Davis. I know him personally, and I know him as a coach. My daughter started training with him a week and a half ago, and every day whenever I pick her up, she is a chatterbox telling me how much she is loving her training, how much she loves her team, how much she enjoys her coach. So you have my email. You know how I feel about it, but I wanted to be publicly supportive of the fact that there are quite a few people who disagree with this.
Thank you. And the last one, I believe, is Raven Osuna.
Hello.
Hello.
Raven Ozuna, 2105 Hibiscus Avenue, and I am a past runner from Weslaco East.
What year?
Huh?
What year were you a past runner? 2000 what?
2023, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My time as a runner under Coach Davis, I can only describe as positive and impactful. When I joined as a freshman, I was not confident in myself, and in my mind, I had to live up to my mother, Rebecca Ozuna. I had to live under her shadow. Coach Davis showed me I can be my own runner, beat my own personal best, and make my own mark separate from my mother's, and for that, I will always be thankful to him. During my time as his runner, we were able to climb the ranks and win district champs for the girls for the first time ever in Weslaco East school history. I will never forget the immense joy shown on my teams and on Coach Davis's face that day. And since then, he has led the team to beat record after record, and they have climbed the ranks even more. I have no doubts that with his continued coaching, Coach Davis will lead this team to even more great success. And with Coach Davis, we are more than just a team. We are family. With pasta nights and numerous holiday parties and dinners, including Coach Davis and his wife, Alex, we have all grown a bond, and I will forever cherish the experience I have, thanks to Coach Davis. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that's the last one of public comments, correct? All right. We want to do that one discussion item and then go, okay? Are we okay?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and do 4A, Maintenance and Operation Department. Discussion and possible action for the Board of Trustees to rank the proposals received for the Weslaco East High School synthetic turf replacement project, CSP 240638, and to authorize the administration to negotiate and approve the contract. Dr. Rivera.
I'll call on Mr. Miracle.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I was reading the backup. So out of the 4, only Hellison Field Turf qualify, or that's not correct?
Okay.
Mr. Murray?
Looks like there's. Out of the four, only Hellas and Field Turf qualify? I think that's what it said in the backup.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Rivera. So we do have 3 of them that did qualify. We just had to get some clarifications. The last one on that ranking sheet that I just passed out, they did not submit a bid bond, so they're automatically disqualified. So I apologize, I didn't fill out all the sheets for you. But Mr. Los Santos, that last one does not qualify because of the lack of the bid bond.
Okay.
But the other 3 do qualify. And again, we're looking at a closed or competitive sealed proposal package that was issued out on May 30th, and they were open last week. The board was provided with the bid packages that were submitted last week as well for your review, and this is the ranking sheet. On December 19th, the board approved the ranking criteria, which is in the ranking sheet, part of the ranking sheet, and the points, as well as to retain their authority to rank the proposals for this project and all of the Phase 1 bond projects. So we're here asking you to rank the proposals.
Coach Burgett, this is for Weslaco East, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Who do y'all recommend?
All turf companies are really good. You know, as administrators, we met and they suggested the one that we have, and I got to be honest with you, it's been really good for our school. It's lasted way past overdue. Our kids love it. They love the feel of it. They love the grip, and you know, I can tell you that it's been really good for our school, and we're very happy with it.
Which one's that one?
Field turf.
Okay, thank you, sir.
When I was there, we were part of that,
I still remember.
and we went through a lot, you know, and in the end, made a decision to do this because we felt that it was going to be what was best for us. And that was how many years ago?
Gee whiz.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
It's been a long time. You know, when we made the decision, I know we did a lot of research on it, and, you know, and we talked to a lot of coaches that was on every turf, and we did a lot of reading on it, and, you know, I was really impressed, and, you know, and I really like the fact that when something goes bad, it ain't but a couple days they're there and they're fixing it. And, you know, they've always been there for us.
Has anything changed to make it better?
Excuse me? Or the
Has
turf?
anything changed to make it even better now?
Well, you know, the quality of turf that I see them guys and I walk on, it feels like it's soft, it's cool, which is the cool plate, you know, and you can see the temperature change on it. And when I read about the colleges and the NFL that's on it, they still brag about, you know, the rate of knee injuries and concussions and the injuries that a turf does have.
Thank you. Dr.
Thank you.
Rivera, what is your recommendation? Oh,
Let
coming
me-
from your
yeah.
administration.
I'll support the coach.
Okay.
His recommendation.
What do we have over at the
At the
stadium? At the stadium we're on Westgate?
field turf.
That is a field turf.
Field turf. Field turf.
Mr. Castillo?
The warranty periods, I'm going through the ranking sheet real quick. The warranty periods for Field Turf versus Hellas, what's that?
So we're looking at the high-end product, that's what we're considering, and the field turf warranty is a 10-year warranty.
And Hellas?
It has 8.
Okay, so 1, 2, all right.
Mr. Trevino?
No, how long has the turf been there, Birgit, since there at East? How long has it been? I mean, I know it's way past its warranty or anything like that.
Coach Quire, you're probably going to have to correct me.
Well,
I'm going to guess 13 years.
you're going into your 14th year now.
Mm.
And I was there for a full year. We got to use that, so at least 14.
Yeah.
For 14 years, so, and it's got a warranty for 10, so no, and you guys have done a good job of taking care of it there.
That maintenance is a big thing.
Well, I'm not going to take any credit. You can look in the back room and Javi Benuelos, and he takes care of our facilities, and he gets a hold of those guys, and they sweep our rug, and they keep it clean. And, you know, we have strict rules on it because we want that turf to last way more than the 10 years.
Have you keep
So-
the tobacco off of there?
No comment, sir?
Mr. De Los Santos,
No, no questions,
no comments? I mean, okay.
The timeline
I guess.
to have the project finished?
Yes, sir. So Field Turf has stated that they would finish the project in 65 days. Hellas has stated that they'll finish it in 50 days. And so in discussing, we've had a meeting with Coach, and he feels that he can work with either one of them, and the other vendor as well.
You know, I just want to comment on that. Freddie has done a great job of getting our fields, our grass fields in great shape. And, you know, we've talked to Coach Stroman, and he practices early in the morning. So, you know, if our turf ain't done, you know, we'll go over there and hit the turf a little bit during the week. But like I said, our grass fields is in excellent condition.
Mr. Chair, if I may, if I can make a motion based on the superintendent and the athletic coordinator's recommendation to approve field turf for this project and to adopt my ranking sheet, ranking field turf as number one is the board's ranking sheet.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion from Mr. Castillo and a second by Mr. Trevino to go with field turf, correct?
Yes,
And
sir.
with your ranking that you have there on your form?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any discussion? Dr. Hyman?
No. We're discussing right now, not voting,
Yes,
right?
we're not voting yet. Coach Cuellar, any questions, discussion?
No, everything that I asked has been answered, and my personal experience was very favorable, so.
Okay. Mr. Castillo?
No questions.
No. Mr. Trevino?
No, we're way overdue, so.
Okay.
So it's good.
Mr. Los Santos?
No questions.
All right, so we have a motion to approve field turf. Motion by Mr. Castillo, second by Mr. Trevino. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries. All right. On this one, this is the one you want to go now to. Okay.
Or hear the grievances?
And then.
So you just need that one?
Same time.
Or you
Yeah,
need all
we
those?
can do that. We can stay here and then go for the final. Okay. We have a recommendation from Dr. Rivera to go to number 7, closed meeting to conduct level 3 grievance requested by Mr. Davis pursuant to Wesco Independent School District. And then we'll go back to closed session at a later time. All right? appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignments, duty, discipline, or discipline of a public officer. And closed meeting to discuss the level 3 grievance.
No, everyone's taking over, we got it fourth.
In an open meeting, it is 9:29. Possible action, if necessary, on items discussed in closed meeting. First of all, 6A, discussion of possible action regarding superintendent's recommendation on employment or certified personnel and non-contractual personnel.
Motion approved?
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Los Santos, second by Dr. Jaime. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion passes. 6A2, discussion of possible action regarding superintendent's recommendation on resignations, retirements of certified professional and non-contractual personnel.
Motion approved?
Second.
We have a motion by Dr. Jaime and a second by Mr. Los Santos. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion passes. Discussion of possible action on level 3 grievance requested by Mr. J. Davis pursuant to Weslaco Independent School District Policy DGBA Local.
Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the board and Dr. Rivera, I make a motion to direct legal counsel to conduct an investigation into the allegations that were made by both parties during the grievance hearing, and for Dr. Rivera to make the final call with respect to the placement of the grievance, and for that report to be reported to the board once it's final.
Second.
So we have a motion by Mr. Castillo, second by Mr. Los Santos. Accordingly, Dr. Rivera will follow up along with our attorney. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion passes. Adjournment.
So moved.
All right, 9:31, we adjourn.